Evil Blanket Fish has awoken.
Hey, Samato, how you doing? Alright, so we're continuing 7th Dragon, and we have to slowly continue making our way through that forest to get to Haze. Because it just never seems to end, and those big mid-boss dragons that are in there pretty much consume all of my EX gauge every time I have to fight one. Oh, are you? I would have thought you would have been home by now. So, 3 screens. Then we still have the dragons that are on the 4th screen that I haven't really started on, because that was when the stream ended. There's all of these, and there's 4 of those, like, mid-boss ones. The Haze Shields that just completely drain out my resources when I fight them. Oh, that sucks. So you're kind of stuck there, huh? Oh, okay, no, that actually is a wall. Yeah, I can definitely understand that if the essentially if just the amount of travel is that much and you don't really have a reliable means of travel of your own. Like that, it's definitely a good reason to not go too often. But it just sucks that even when you do go, like now, that you have to worry about actually getting back. See if I can get through this fight without using so many EX skills. Because if I can even kill 2 of these, her venturing in here, it'll cut down on time a lot since there's 4 I need to kill just in this map. And that's assuming this is the last map of this place. I have to do this just because of bad timing. I already used Concentrate on her and I don't want to waste it. It's all throughout this dungeon. I think we've been fighting parts of Haze. Like there's the little dragons, which are a bunch of swords coming out of the ground, and then these are the bigger ones. It's called Haze Shield, and these things are a bitch to fight. This is supposed to be us not going after another Imperial dragon, but Haze is supposed to be another true dragon. So I'm guessing his little minions are practically boss fights in and of themselves. Hey Kaz, how you doing? I'm gonna be kind of pushing it, going up against another one of these without healing up. Make a save state. Kind of. I mean, it kind of reminds you of a lot of things. That is kind of a common monstrosity, is, you know, something that's just made up of a whole bunch of different bodies thrown together into a shape. Like in horror movies and JRPGs, that kind of thing of just like something that's made up entirely of bodies shows up a lot. In this case, it's, you know, kind of like a hand. Well, it's like people and shields, and then whatever the hell metal it is to make the fingertips, you know, kind of look like claws. On like the last little bit, and we are running completely on empty. Of course, if these things are that weak, I might as well use them, just get them out of my inventory. God damn it, it's using that again. I'm not even sure I'll be able to kill it now with as much as it's healing. I really didn't want to have to use that, but it's probably the only way I'm not gonna die. What part of it is weird? No, it was giving itself regen, but it just happened that it gave itself regen when I almost had it killed, but everybody was completely tapped out of mana and EX gauge. So I had to actually use up an item to give someone another EX gauge to finish it off before it healed too much. Because otherwise we'd never outdamage the healing. Yeah. I mean, I knew it was going to be pushing it, because up until this point I've had to go back and like heal up at the inn after every one of those fights. So I was trying to see if I could get 2 of them down in one go, because there's 4 on that map, and I'm trying to make, like, speed this along a little bit. Oh, no. I'm hoping to finish by tomorrow. But even then, I don't know. Because I looked up a video of someone fighting the final boss. Basically just the first couple of seconds to see what level they were at. And they were at level 70, which right now everybody's 59. So it's within reason that I'll hit 70 or close to it going through the rest of this and the final dungeon, I think. But they also had all the ultimate weapons on them. So I don't know if I'll be able to do it without those. So I may have to do those side quests, like those event chains to get them. But I've definitely given up on the idea of bringing the dragon counter down to 0, because that would just be too many optional dungeons. I'm kinda ready to put this one to bed. Well, no, the mini bosses, this is, if you think of this in terms of that it got its inspiration from Etrian Odyssey, it makes more sense. In that all these dragons that are roaming the map are essentially the FOEs that are in Etrian Odyssey. The only exception being that in Etrian Odyssey, when you come across the FOEs, you're supposed to avoid them and come back, like, later on to beat them. Like, you know, once you've unlocked the next stage, you can go back to the previous stage and you're strong enough to kill all the FOEs. In this one, they're meant to be challenging but doable when you enter the area. And it's just more of a thing, you know, I don't have to be clearing them all out, but I usually do. And in this case, I'm having to fight all of the tough ones, because with the exception of this one right here, almost all of them are completely blocking points that I need to get to. Like, one of them was right here, one of them was right here. Like, there's no choice but to go through those, and they're very tough fights. But, I mean, there are still, like, main bosses, which is the Imperial Dragons. So it's not like it's just all these, it's not like the game has anything to do with the dragon counter. That's just more that in 2020 and 22, I kind of made it a point to bring it down to 0. They're just telling you how many of these dragons are roaming the maps. Like these, the littler, the smaller dragons that are roaming, these are easy by comparison to the other ones. It's just those big ones that are blocking the paths that it takes almost all my resources to take out one of them. The thing I've tried 3 different Etrian Odyssey games, and I always end up quitting around the 3rd stage. Just without a story, it just gets harder and harder for me to care about pushing forward. Like, I like the mechanics and the fighting and the exploring and everything of it, but usually about the time I get to the 3rd stage, I'm kind of over it, and with no story, I have nothing else to push me forward. Shower time, you'll Brazilian butt lift. Okay. Alright. I think I remember looking, this is like the end point of one of those event chains that gets you the best knight equipment. So I will have to eventually come back here. Didn't get either status effect on him. Okay, so we're at the boss. Should I go back? I'm gonna have to go back to get my EX skills back anyway, but should I also kill off that last shield that's in there? There's only one. It was one that I was actually able to walk around. Yeah, I guess I will. Alright, you're the last one before the boss. Let's kill you. So we got the no skills on it. How long that lasts for? It's already worn off. God damn it. I'm at the press. Need to concentrate on her. Okay, so I only used one EX gauge on everybody. They've still got 2 left. We'll save at the boss and see if that's enough to get through him. How amusing. I did think I saw something there. Smell of weapons makes my mouth water. I'm getting ravenous. What pitiful garbage. What do you want? Want to know why we're here, Dragon? It's to destroy you. That's a good one. You must be ravenous yourselves for death. Very well. Come and let me help you on your journey. You hear that, Nawari? Get this show on the road. Contact with President Agoto established. Mission underway. Roger that. Confirm presence of Haze nearby. We are live. This is Nawari, initiating Dragon Chronicle Protocol. What's this? Very clever humans. I hate cheap tricks, but I do love rending flesh from human bones. So come out and die. Perhaps you thought Niara was unfriendly, but when a dragon like me is hungry, he goes berserk. So, if I understand it to right, I either have to beat him or survive 20 turns. fact that he just scanned us makes me think something's coming, so let's be ready for it. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna last 20 turns. I think I'd say he was actually slightly easier than the Shield mid-boss since he left around the place. Target sequence converge. Haze decomposition routine execute. Mega 3, this is it for me. I won't be around to give you advice much longer. Don't look so sad. My spirit will be watching, and I get to fight again. I don't need to lug around an old corpse to have your back in battle anymore. Control Center Doris Agoto installing. Farewell, Omega 3. Thank you. Processing complete. Agoto sword constructed. No further instructions. Program terminated. Receive the Dragon Slayer blade. Did it work? President Agoto, please don't let your soul have gone to waste. Omega 3, it's over. Dragon-slaying blade. Such magnificence. This is no ordinary sword. Within it is the power to slay any dragon. In fact, based on my analysis, even just holding it will have a deleterious effect on dragon physiologies. So heroes, we finally have everything we need to defeat Niara and end this. Menas and Kazan is waiting for you. Leave the rest here to us and go see them. Did I? Yeah, I went too far. Weapon to kill dragons. A sword with the soul of a past hero, the president, and a dragon. A weapon so mighty could not otherwise come to be. Take it to the North Pole. It's protected by Rainbow, the Arctic Imperial Dragon. But with this sword you may be able to slay him. If you beat him, you'll still have to climb the Crimson Tower. I don't know what will be there between you and Niara. I fear the worst. But do not forget, you won't be alone. We and everyone you've met will be fighting alongside you here on the ground. Do not forget this. To Omega 3 I give the final mission. Ascend the Crimson Tower and slay the true dragon Niara, for the future of Eden. I guess I should at least do the events that give us the best weapons. Pull them up. Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm only level 59. I don't know that I'm going to hit level 70 like that guy in the video was. But at the very least, I should probably have the weapons. I feel like those might end up being more useful than the actual levels. Okay, so let's go in order of who needs it for damage the most. The first one would be my mage. So, to get her weapon, go to the jail in Pleroma and speak to Emil. That sword, Haze? I thought you'd find Takahaya in Tokion. You used the Dragon Chronicle for this. As I thought, useless. To beat dragons with dragons is no victory. Get it away from me. The sight of it makes me boil with hate. I lost everything. Just feelings left. They corroded my love and my reason to live. And now, I don't even have my hatred left to me. What I always wanted, what I want even now, is for them to know my pain. I'll make them feel my anger, my loss. When I met Aitel, what she said, if I relax my hatred, what if the dragons still consume us? So now we have to go back to Tokion to talk to Aitel.
And sword has the power to destroy Niara, but I can't see that. All I see is Takahaya. I can even feel his soul inside the thing. Before, my emotions got the better of me, but our struggle here is our last chance for Hypnos. She's a real hell on wheels, ruthless and remorseless. She is bound by hatred as I am bound by love. But she's my sister. If I could talk to her... Omega 3, I have a request. I have located something in Shiba Forest, a monster den. Can you eliminate it? With Takahaya gone, the demons he kept in check have run amok. I need you to keep them away from my sister and away from Tokion. I've opened you a path to the forest. Just touch that light. You'd better take this too. Please restore peace to Shiba Woods.
Living visitors, howare. Welcome to Shiba Forest. Be mindful of the strange lights here. Their effects can be unpredictable. So it's a teleporter maze. Let me try actually reading the instructions on how to get in here, because I didn't realize there were any until I'd already gone in. Or maybe not. So that's these three out. Crap. That one sent me back quite a bit.
Still have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to do. Oh, okay. This is new. Of course, now I'm worried I'm gonna pick the wrong one out of all of these. God damn it, I don't have any mana left. God damn it. Button mashing and skip the text and I ended up triggering it again. Haha, suck. Joke's on you, I don't have any mana anymore.
Okay, so... Okay, so now at least I know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find whatever those are. Yeah, we're gonna go heal up first, because that took a lot. Alright, let's go back in. We got half of the puzzle done. We got the other half. Even though I thought that I had already explored that part and I didn't find whatever the control orb on that side is. I guess one good thing is I've probably set off the majority of the traps on this side already. Just gotta figure out where have I not been before. Okay. Even though it was very vague, because it was talking about, like, get to screen 4, because it's referring to an online map that 404'd, I finally figured out where I was to at least figure that out. Now we just have a boss fight and we're done here. But that took longer than I would have liked it to. Probably play it safe and save. I don't know how hard this boss is gonna be. And I sure as hell don't want to have to do all that again if I lose. Should be able to go through now, but it's that time, so I am going to go ahead and go on my break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll finish off this series of events to get the best staff for my mage. back. So much for perfect health. Slightly perfect. Slightly imperfect health. Alien Ruzera.
That's not good. I felt the demons depart. You must have succeeded in the task I set you. Thank you, heroes. Tokyon must retreat for a while to recharge. Please, take care of my sister for me. Sister. You, I tell. It's been a while since we talked. As Tokyon was confined outside of this timeline. Truly, a while. Indeed. So nice of you to show up at the very end. Come to laugh at me and my failed vengeance. I cannot but try to help you lift the hatred from your heart, sister. I don't share the sentiment. Your soul is mired so deeply in regret I won't bother. We stayed the same, our souls, remnants of Hypnos, changed not. But that is a weakness, not a strength. What nonsense! Human minds are weak. Their belief can be shaken by tiny things. Unchanging hatred means I have the power to fight against evil. Thanks to that strength, I can fight it forever. I hate all of them. Niara and his dragons, your precious Takahaya and that supposed solution. They're all the same. I'll murder them all. Sister, there is nothing we can do. What? Our time ended when our world did. When we did. You think I don't know that? But even if all I will get from it is despair, still, I can't help but feel this fiery anger. No matter how many times I fail, I'll never forgive them. We are bound by enmity, and I will never lift my curse on them. But you must. There's only one thing we can do. This next generation, we can watch over them. Oh, that's rich. Tell me to stay out of the fray. Back to Tokyon, then. Yes, so that our hearts can be freed. I need you to have hope instead of rage. If you did, then maybe I could find the courage to fight on too. Tell, do you still remember what it was to live? I can recall less and less with time. Even without dragons, my existence would be pitiful and joyless. Everything we do is a pointless fantasy. Sister, maybe I'm tired of fighting on the front. Omega 3, are you ready for this? Wield this sword and you owe me millennia of anger. You better swear to me that you won't stop until the dragons are through. Those eyes, they're just like Takahaya's, you know. They really are. I understand. If you will fight Omega 3, I will trust you. But you must promise to inherit my hatred. Even if it costs you your lives, you must ensure that the dragons die. I will watch with my own eyes to see that you annihilate Miara. I didn't think my sister would simply set aside her hatred. But if her mission is entrusted to you, perhaps she can rest. Doris's blade cannot be stopped by the power of dragons. A hope carefully sown in Takahaya's time. That nurtured hope you now protect. She didn't give me the thing. Okay, return to Masakami and talk to Eitel again. She'll present you with the caduceus. What are you doing here? I don't see any dragons that need slaying. Miara must be defeated. Don't you dare betray the trust I placed in you. Not just my trust, but that of Nawari and Faro. The subordinates go, they're top-notch. Do it for them. Still can't stop thinking about Takahaya. And my sister remains a hell on wheels of fury, hatred, and revenge. We're both living in a past more vivid than reality. But we're watching you, humans of the present day. You inherited our war. By the way, let me give you something to repay you for that errand. I meant to earlier. This rod is old, but has a great magic power. I hope it helps you. There you go. That's the best weapon for the mage. So I guess next would be my samurai. We need to get his sword. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you could do that. Okay, so there is a failsafe if you left your
shit your airship somewhere and don't remember where it is. You can call it to whatever portal you're at. Would still be nice if they actually gave it an icon on the screen, though. Simon. Looking for Military Village Heian. What the hell was that? How did the Brazilian butt lift go? Oddly fitting, considering the whole shtick for the Xenobites was pain and pleasure. They would probably like waxing. Inside here reside Zezu's 27 Blade Masters. Have you heard the story yet? The Blade Masters lived here practicing the art long ago. It was the title for their greatest warriors, passed down to the finest with the blade. Zezu is himself the 28th in the lineage. I mean, he will be. He has ordered us to let everyone into the shrine. Thanks for listening. Who are you? Yeah, unfortunately, the problem is that once the movie rights got sold, it was no longer in Clive Barker's hand. Like, the lore was really interesting when it was still being written by Clive Barker. But once it just got down to the point where it was just being any, like whatever writer they decided to throw in to make the next movie so they wouldn't lose the rights, it kinda went to shit. Yeah, the Cenobites, for all that they were, did have their own ethics when Clive Barker was writing them, which is what made them interesting. Hunters, have you too come here for training? This is the world's edge, the best place to hone one's body and soul. It is good to train to your utmost. That's the key to true strength. What? Mega 3? And you are those chosen by Agoto. Is this a coincidence? No, it must be some scheme of his. Even in death, he sends his successors to badger me. You must be skilled if Agoto chose you. Let me test you then. South, in Hero Ice Cave, is the proving ground. Since ancient times, our blade masters have trained there. You can win over the spirits within, I will acknowledge you. However, no one as of yet has passed through the trial to succeed me. Omega 3, endure the ordeal. Then I will know you are Agoto's choice, not some minister's. Yeah, I've read a couple of other of Clive Barker's comics. They're really good. I had a softback cover of one that was like a 6-issue run, just like a, well, not a one-shot, obviously, since it was 6 issues, but like just its own story. I can't remember what the name of it, but it had to do with like dreams. I don't remember the name of it, but it was really good. Lots of people come here to hone their skills. Let me see if I can find the name of it. Man, Google is... Oh, that was the name of it. The Great and Secret Show. Yeah, that's a really good, like, little short series. It was called The Great and Secret Show. Yeah, for some reason I put in Clive Barker and Dreams, and it kept bringing up, like, Sandman. Like, that's Neil Gaiman. Like, what are you on? What are you on, Google? Oh, great, we got ice physics. Almost made it through a JRPG without ice physics. upgrade for him until we get his best weapon. All hazard prototype. $48 life 10 power 5. I'm already done for. Okay. Quest out of nowhere. The sad thing is, if whatever I needed to actually help him, even if I had it right now, I'd still have to go back to town to accept the quest before I could help him. Because side quests in this game have to have a stupid middle management in the middle of them. Hey, Irby, how you doing? I hit the wrong thing. That was a huge waste. Alright. Well, we got the tail orb from this guy. We have 2 of the 4 orbs that we need. I can't remember if this one's weak to fire also. No, it's not. Okay, I got the eye orb, the claw orb, and the tail orb. I need The wing orb. You're hiding that chest there. Okay, so I think this is all of the cave already, because this was the other exit from the first main room. I just couldn't get here. Damn it. By the time we finish this dungeon, we'll almost be at 2/3 Dragon's Dead. We'll be at 224 out of 666. Alright, there's the wing orb. Should I go for that other chest that's over there, knowing that it's probably a trap? How the hell do I even get to it? Oh, god damn it. No. Well, it wasn't a trap, but it wasn't anything really worth getting excited over either. Okay, so I goes in the northwest. Claw in the southwest. Let's go ahead and kill this one last dragon. Just to get rid of the bloom. Hey, it's Virgil. Ordeal Sword. Okay, so he doesn't take jack shit from fire. should do it. And now it's just a series of conversations we have to have with the guy before we come back here and he gives us the best samurai sword. This was all stuff we were supposed to do gradually, but I'm doing it all, you know, last minute now. Where? Did I not take my airship here? Oh, I just walked over to it, huh? I heard reports that you survived. Only his true choice could have such skill. I must recognize you. Come to think of it, I have not explained. Doris Agoto and I acknowledged one another as rivals in the art. Many a time we drank, many a time we dueled. And after that last duel I stayed here. He founded Kazan. I have not seen him since, but his legend has spread even to places like this. It seems, though, that he truly did perish in the events 3 years past. When he died, I thought to myself he had finally sealed his victory. The star crossed to compete from the very start, I suppose. Soon I will die. Recently discovered that I have a fatal illness. I've been searching for a successor since. First to pass the trial, the Goto's select few. Is it fate? Go now, Omega-3. I leave it to you. You've shown you are Agoto's true choice. I, too, will support your cause as long as I'm still breathing. Come and visit me whenever you like. Alright, so can I just talk to him again? Or am I gonna have to, like, leave town and come back? Like, either leave town and come back, or maybe stay at the inn, or both, to get the next one to show up. Yeah. Alright, let's try the inn. You again. What is it this time? What have you done? Why are you quiet? There's something new. You should go now. You have much to do. The details tell all. That sword is you, Agoto. Really, you have accomplished much in your life. But to do something even in death, truly one can never give up. Ah, Agoto. You win another round, just as I expected. I can't seem to beat anything with your fingerprints on it. I probably don't need both hands to count the life I have left. At a time like this, I must look back and say, best of me. Don't get cocky, though. I haven't given up. Making you the winner just gives me the drive of an underdog to win. Even if my soul is worn, I'll keep trying to beat what I couldn't before. Someday, I'll be the one in your way. That'll be the day. Doris Agoto, it's not over yet. You and I.
Oh, it's you. You're almost as great as Zesu himself. Perhaps you're thinking of staying here. The doctor said there was a sudden decline. He seems to be worse. Zesu sounded like he was thinking of going somewhere. One of us said that he saw Zesu heading for the Hero Ice Cave, but I don't know what he can do. In his last testament, he had named you all as Blade Masters, but if you can find time, please go to Hero. Zesu can't be gone.
Now I just have to go back to where he fought the boss, and we should have the sword. Fine blade has been placed here. A letter has also been attached, which you open. Mega 3, I expect you'll find this letter and sword. It seems my time has finally come. I leave to you my beloved sword Hoshimi, which I have wielded all my life. And at the same time I leave you the title of Blade Master. Is this sword important? Is this title important? They are the most important things in the world to me, but I have no misgivings. You who have earned the trust of Doris Agoto will not disappoint me. My body is gone, but my soul remains. I'll be at your side as you wield this blade. All that remains is to claim my sword and title. As Agoto has, I cede to you all that is mine. So you're here too. I just can't catch a break. You. I'll have these dragons slain before you even notice them. Still as stubborn as a mule, just as I'd expect from my rival, even in death. Don't lecture me. So we got 2 swords with old men in them. $227 to $293. That's a decent jump in damage. Alright, so now we need to do the one for the night. Which I believe I started and didn't know what it was. I literally just started it, though. I didn't really do much to it. You know, I gotta say, these sub-events to get these weapons, I'm kinda liking them. I just wish they weren't so cryptic that you need to follow a guide to do everything.
Do you have a minute? There's something I want, but I have to whisper it. I want to trade places with a member of your party. The guards are here. Can you keep your voice down? Thank you. Now in here.
Ah, Queen Emerald, I'm sure you're behaving yourself in there.
I'm merely speaking amongst my ladies. Or do you care to discuss feminine topics?
No, if it's just that, this'll have to do. However, please be mindful of Her Majesty's time. She is a busy ruler.
Yes, they know. Please excuse us.
Okay, so according to this, we're already at step 4. Alone with them? What is she up to? They make her restless. They certainly must be removed.
We almost got noticed. Let's leave while we can. Sorry, I have to leave once in a while. It's refreshing for me. I beg your pardon. Please, see our town.
Okay, see the event with the man who lent money and the man who borrowed money. And the second event with the twin brothers, then return Esmeralda to the castle. Waiting for my money. Look, I can't help you. What do you expect?
Cease this instant. Usury is not permitted in my kingdom.
This guy hasn't paid me back a penny. Can't go saying that. What if word gets around about this? Ah, I see. I can't wait a bit. I can wait a bit longer. Yes, very sorry. I'll turn over a new leaf.
Just so. It's wonderful we understand each other. No need for us to argue, is there? Oh, what's this rock, paper, scissors you speak of? Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock. These people taught us the rules. You mustn't fight like that, though. In this country, we share. That's enough for now. Better get back home.
Return into the castle. Rest in an inn, talk to her again.
Megathree's friends, I have a favor. You can probably guess, I want to secretly trade places again. Griff will hear us at the door, but do you understand? Thank you. Now in here.
Take it to the town entrance and see the event.
Come everyone, let's see the sights. That's Volg! Everyone hide! If he finds out I'm here, I'll be dragged back to the castle at once. But I wonder what Volg's doing here.
Fraud is forbidden here, you know that, right? Forgive me, Lord Volg, it won't happen a second time, I swear. The law does not make exceptions. Pain will etch it into your soul. To the catacombs, rough him up till he gives us a name. No, anything but that.
Catacombs? Violence? What exactly is he talking about? There's no way. Someone like Volg? It's impossible. I'm sorry, I have to go back.
Queen Emerald, what do you plan to do in this emergency?
Be honest with me. Where is the dungeon? What have you been doing without my knowledge or consent?
What need is there for details like that?
I heard you talking about it with my own ears in this town.
What's she saying, Griff? Did you take Her Majesty out of the castle yourself? No, I guarded her well.
The fault is not Griff's. I slipped out of the castle of my own accord.
This behavior.
Suppose you'll have to toss me in the jails. Volg, explain this to me right now.
Highness, will you at least allow that it might be a misunderstanding?
I certainly will not. They, Omega-3, saw it as well.
These guys. Well, do you have any other evidence?
Evidence? That is, no, but...
Unless you find some, the matter is closed. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Excuse me.
Oh, come back here, Volg.
Can't imagine Volg saying something like that. You misheard him. You mustn't jump to a harsh conclusion.
Griff, you knew as well. I cannot allow this, so please listen. Can I rely on you to investigate whatever Volg is up to? Right now, I'm not sure what to believe. Please, lend me your power for this nation.
Around, take the time to Volg. Go to the top garden in the castle and talk to Volg, report back, and say yes. What was it? Is it on the other side? Yeah, there it is. I see, you're investigating. It would be nice to be honest, but I am left to deal in complexities. As you have seen, there is peace in this country. Peace based on force. It's unmistakable. However, it is all for Her Majesty. It is based on a wish for a world without conflict, a peaceful world. That is why I have done what I have. Surely you see. Tell Her Majesty what you deem best. I leave it to you. I will bear her judgment as I have borne these misdeeds. I do not want her to see the world's seedy side. Far better to preserve her beautiful idealism, don't you think? we have to say yes.
You learned anything about Volg? The Volg does indeed oppress the citizenry.
Queen Emerald, surely Volg has his reasons for this.
I doubt that. Summon Volg to me immediately, please.
But
Did you not hear me? Bring Volg to me this instant, Griff.
yes,
Do you now admit all that I have heard, Volg?
yes, these are the facts.
That's so. Volg, I must order you to leave Miros.
I understand.
I'm sorry. I still believe in you.
I as well, Majesty. I wish that you could understand me.
What is to understand? I cannot comprehend your reasoning at all.
This world is not as beautiful as you think. I meant to hide its ugliness from you. It was my mistake.
I can't hear any more of this. Please leave now.
Thank you. I was happy to be able to serve your Majesty. Griff, please look after Queen Emerald. I shall. After that, go back to castle and talk to Griff. So Griff is going to give us a quest, but actually unclear as to whether or not we have to finish it. Probably do it. Where is Griff? Oh, there he is. Volg. For my part, I have not felt the need to tell the Queen everything. However, to do that kind of thing in the background is... I can understand Volg's feeling, but also Queen Emerald's. But right now, if tempers have cooled, and they just talked... Way. There's a... There? I want you to deliver this letter to Volg. He was traveling north to Bassoon's house. I imagine he's there. I believe that Sage Bassoon was once his teacher. I must know Volg's motives, at any rate. And I must figure out how to proceed in the future. However, as I cannot leave the castle, I entrust you with this. Please send my best regards. Hopefully it's that simple. I'd actually have to switch to a different part of the FAQ of the wiki to look up what that quest is, but hopefully it's just as simple of going to give him this letter. Because after doing this quest, it's basically just a bunch of resting at the inn and talking. And then we have to go to Valholian Woods and check that monument. Yes, hunters, do you have business? It seems to be from Griff. May I impose on you? Could you carry a reply? Just give me a minute. That will suffice. Please give this to Griff. He's still young, too stubborn, and I think too straightforward. However, everyone is different, and I imagine I have faults as well. I'll be watching from here to make sure he can protect her. You should go, and please take my letter. Wrong way. Much like Volg, I do not want the Queen to be disillusioned. However, he cannot involve himself in coercing the people into order either. His letter explains why he thought this was a way to serve her. I want to find another way from Volks to protect the Queen Emerald. No, I must. Cannot allow that beautifully fragile heart to shatter. I don't have Volk's political expertise. As a knight, I can only wield a sword. Thus, until I die, this sword will repel the evil from my queen. That's my answer. That is my path. Okay, so we have to go turn this in and rest at the inn before we can do the next part. Need to turn this. Whether or not I started these now or did them throughout the game, almost all of these can't be finished until you beat Haze, so doing them all now doesn't really make a difference. They wouldn't have been completed until this point in the game anyway.
Volg is gone now. I used to think I would have a simple peace, but unrest is steadily growing in Miros. As security deteriorated, I chose to treat the knights as my bodyguards. While Volg was here, the situation was stable, but I cannot permit such actions simply because they are expedient. What can be done? What on earth can I do?
Several conversations that we're probably going to have to end. We're basically just waiting for her to say she wants Volk back, and then we go get him. And once we get him back, we talk to her. She gives us the best shield in the game for the night, and tells us where to go find the best sword, which is in that monument in the woods where Haze was. Like the fourth screen.
Griff has fallen. He was severely injured in combat with the dragon. I believe no one should come to harm. That is a universal truth. I always saw knights as a shield for the people, and I thought that if we kept our swords sheathed, we'd be safe. But again, here I was wrong. That even a shield can receive bitter wounds, I didn't realize. And I know Volg would gladly have borne the same for me as Griff. My ideal was a peaceful nation, and for that I have won the people's hatred. I'm such a fool. What a fine queen I am. I'm sorry, please leave me be. Thank you, Omega-3 warriors. On behalf of a helpless queen, you saved Miros from a true dragon. I envy you. You do not talk about ideals, but act to secure them. How can I gain that kind of strength? Not merely force, but the courage to oppose the dragons. What must I do to address my faults?
Queen Emerald, your safety.
Griff, I'm finally coming to my senses.
Sorry, but we are short-handed and I must take a watch. I must go.
You can't go, Griff. It's too dangerous for you to move.
To protect you, my queen, that is the man's duty.
I am all right. Don't hurt yourself on my account.
Please understand, you are Miros' queen, but also my queen. These Omega-3 are fighting, along with the whole world, and to what end? To protect that which they hold most dear. For me, that is you. I will protect you, because I hold you more dear than my life.
You risk your life in order to protect those important to you. Omega 3 Warriors, I had a request of you, if you recall. I asked you how to create courage when none exists. I do not need your answer. Riff has shown me.
Queen Emerald?
Volg told me the world is not as lovely as I want it to be, and I was naive indeed. I understood nothing. But Volg was also wrong in his own way. This world is lovelier than I could ever imagine. I want to protect it. I feel it from the bottom of my heart. Omega 3 Hunters, please return Volg to Miros at once. I beg of you, Miros needs his power to survive.
So this whole event was some character development for the Queen. Truly, Her Majesty needs me. Understood. I can leave immediately. Let's return to Miros. Do I hold a grudge? How could I do that? I left at her command. And at her command I will return to Miros. That's all there is to it.
Volg, I'm glad you're safe.
You have a kind heart.
I have learned much and have much to say. I worried about how, and I decided I needed you to be here to hear it. Riff, collect the people in the central square. I will speak to them.
Yes.
Please listen. I want to carefully look after this wounded world of ours. Until now I had averted my eyes. People across the world have been suffering while I trembled in the castle. Avoiding conflict and doing what was easy, I didn't doubt myself. I lived in peace myself while helping no one. I am a shameful queen. It began with the Ruche, their bravery in standing against the enemy. I understand now, their refined spirit, the pride they have. But I still think that all life is precious. We must not let it be extinguished. Some people will criticize this, some will call it wishful thinking, but my beliefs will not change. We Miros must be a shield to protect the life of this world.
Queen Emerald really bring herself to send us to battle? Can't shield Miros from such terrors. Is our country doomed? Shh, she's talking.
But we must not forget. You are part of the world too. I must protect you as well. Do not let even one person come to harm. That is my command. We are fighting for life. That life itself not perish. For everyone on this world, for you too, I am willing to fight. That is the charge I lay to my Miros. Look at the land, Vogue. This beautiful world we all share.
Yes, truly. Your Majesty is right.
Even at a time like this, I want this nation to be peaceful. And I promise I will never take the easy path again as queen.
Yes.
Please, Vogue, will you accept my request to help me succeed? To build this nation of Miros into a beacon for peace and prosperity.
I shall. More than ever before. I am your humble servant.
Thank you, Vogue. And you, Griff. Will you continue to protect our people? To protect our people and make Miros a shield for the world?
Yes, I will protect the people by your side, my queen.
Thank you, Griff. Change is coming to Miros finally. Because of you, thank you. You must not perish. We need you here. Please bear witness to the rebirth of Miros. We will do it. I promise, on my honor, I swear it. And not for all of you, I'd still just be dreaming. To show my gratitude, I'd give you Miros' royal shield, in order to protect you in the trials to come. I wish that I could give you the sword with it, but the sword is not kept in this castle. Deep within the Valorian wood, there was a stone with a royal crest. Examine it thrice from the right and twice from the left. You will find stairs leading underground. There it rests, Caliburn. We felt it had no place in Miros because of its powers of destruction, but I believe you will use this sword well and faithfully. Now please go, and please return safely as well.
Alright, so let's go pick up that sword. And then we'll probably call it there. A couple more events to do, like we still need to do the one to get the staff for the healer. And then there's a couple other for armor. And truth be told, I'm actually kind of liking the way these events play out. Maybe I might convince myself to do the others, even for the stuff that I don't actually need. Maybe. See how I feel once I've finished all the ones that I actually do need. Okay, so we go from 186 to 221. Everything else goes up by 10. Not bad. Okay, so 3 characters have their best weapons. So now it's just... Now it's just my healer and maybe the armors. Like I said, once I'm done with all the stuff that I do need for my characters, see if I'm willing to do the other stuff too. Because I do kind of like these sub-events, but even they might start to grow old, and I just want to finish the game by the time I'm done with them. But let me check. Because there's one to get a weapon for fighter, I absolutely don't need to do. There's another one that's really long to get a robe, like the best robe in the game. But it looks like it's really fucking long. I'll actually have to read over it and see if it's as long as it looks, or if there's just a lot of stuff in it. And then there's one in Nevin Place to get the best knight armor and the healer weapon. Looks like it's pretty short. We'll definitely do that one, because that one we need. There's another one to get the best gathering skill. It looks pretty short. We may do that. And then another one that I'm not even sure what the it says she'll offer to sell you something for 100 gold, but doesn't tell you what it is. Yeah. This is where we end for today. We're gonna do at least, like I said, at least the quests that get everybody's weapons, and I'm unsure if we'll do the one for the robe, because it looks really long, but once again, like I said, I need to actually look over it. It may not be as long as it looks, to be wordy. Then there's a couple of other ones for some other things, but I don't know if we'll do them. We'll have to check to see how I feel by the time I'm done with those. But this is all basically just to ensure that when I go to the final dungeon, I'll actually be able to beat the final dungeon. Because I did look through the wiki, and the difference between the ultimate weapons and the weapons that I have is pretty huge. The only one that wasn't a massive bump up in power was the mage's weapon. Which is funny, because I think that was actually the most annoying one, with that puzzle dungeon I had to go through. The puzzle, an annoying ass puzzle dungeon, and a boss fight, and it was the one that probably upped my power the least. Because it only, the one that I had before gave her like 20 mana and 10 intelligence, and this one goes to 20 intelligence and 30 mana. Which is not as big a boost as the weapons that are upping my guy's attack by close to 100 compared to the second best that they had at the time. But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow. I doubt we'll be finishing it, because like I said, we've got a couple more of these events to do, and then the final dungeon. And if the final dungeon is anywhere near as long as that Forest Dungeon with Haze. I doubt we'll be able to do it in one stream. So, I'm guessing probably 2 more. But, yeah, we're getting close. So, yes, let me go ahead and give callouts, and then I'll end for today. Nami, Kirby, Ragna, Kaz, Wabon, Samato. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play, and thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, we'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check the schedule below for what time that is in the area. And as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Let's go ahead and raid Mark, who is currently playing Mega Man X4. It looks like he's doing I guess that's 12-hour stream. So yeah, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!